Hello, hello. Happy Friday. We're back in Kerbal Space Program. We made some good progress earlier in the week on Wednesday, but that had to be a short stream because I had some IRL obligations. So I wanted to... Hey, Tartarus, welcome in. So I wanted to... get a little more of this in today and see if we could figure out where we're at. So one of the things that I was talking about doing at the end of the last session was I wanted to make the probe more controllable. Right now it's a hex core, and it's hard to add RCS control on a hex. So I need to make this, I guess an octo would work. Yeah, okay, the blue dog is all real stuff. Let's do restock octo. There we go. Do we have mount options? All right, that's more or less fine. I have two of, oh, well, those don't really work there anymore, do they? Don't love that. I wonder if we have a better option. Yeah, Ven's is kind of the same on the octo. Yeah, don't really love those. This one's not bad. So we'll put the solar panels back up at the top. And put everything here, 45 degrees. We'll move these guys down here. And then... Uh-oh. I lost my RCS. They're on here somewhere. Well, that's no good. There we go. Do I like that diameter here? I think that's fine. I could make it a little bigger and it would look nicer with the solar panels, but I think it's good enough. RCS. Right here. All right. Alternatively, I could use the modular RCS. Actually, I mean, besides being way too big. Those don't look awful there. Yeah, okay. We don't need them that powerful, though. I like that. Then adjust so it fits in the thing again. Like there. Okay. So that's better RCS control for this thing. And the reason we wanted to do that is because we want it to be able to make course adjustments for itself, which it currently can just barely do. If we look at the code, we can see kind of where we left off with the code ideas. And what we were trying to do was stage and then fine-tune our impact. And this works some days and not so much others, and the issue is just that the patched conics approximation of our path to the moon from Principia is not good enough. So depending on the launch day, sometimes this will absolutely get us an impact, and other times the patched conics will say that we're slamming right into the moon. But actually, Principia has us missing. So if we can't reliably use the patched conics, I'm not sure if I'm not sure how useful this is. Instead of trying to do this adjustment, where we're looking for our moon impact and we're looking at the patched conics approximation, what we can do is just fine-tune our yeah, extra KSP stream this week. What we could try to do is fine-tune our AP, right? Because right now we know that we're kind of always overburning. So rather than trying to I mean, maybe this is where we just go back to the velocity that we want. Because we can fine-tune our velocity with RCS just as easily as trying to do this. And this doesn't work. We know this doesn't work. We don't have a good enough approximation, so we have to change how we're doing the control. So maybe we just look at, instead of doing any of this, I have some code that does... Yeah, we've got this code here that I can kind of steal. We'll have to tweak it. But... Alright. So instead of a circular velocity, we actually want... circular val plus Hohmann transfer dv... So this is just purely fine-tuning our... I did forget to turn off the stream this week. I stopped the recording because I was trying to figure out a raid, and I didn't want me messing around with the Twitch UI, figuring out a raid to end up in the VOD. And then after I raided, I forgot to hit stop streaming separately from stop recording. So it was just showing a black screen and whatever background noise was in my house for like 12 hours. Yeah, the VOD on YouTube is the right length. The VOD on Twitch is going to be very, very long. I should probably delist that VOD, because I have no idea what the hot mic picked up. Oh, the KSP title. Oh, yeah, that's the way my capture works. When I shut down a window, it holds the last frame. So yeah, it would have just been the KSP title screen the whole time. But I should unlist that VOD, because I don't know what it picked up as, like, background noise. Let me do that while I'm thinking about it. Unpublish. Yes. Okay. Done. Okay, so where was I here? We don't have a target eccentricity, so all we want is that our absolute value of our horizontal factor is less than our threshold, and our vertical factor is less than our threshold. Alright, so this is just going to fine-tune based on what it thinks our velocity needs to be for a Hohmann transfer. This is different than how we're doing the Agena stage, and maybe I should set this up a little bit differently. Maybe I should go back to doing a target velocity with the Agena rather than a target altitude. Regardless, this should work. This should be able to fine-tune something. It might not fine-tune exactly what we want, but... Alright, and we do have to lock steering so that... Yeah, because this assumes we have, like, a ship up, which is our vertical speed. So how is that in the Aval stage? Okay, yeah, I'm using this. I don't know if that's right. I don't think ship up is what I want there. Maybe it is. Gonna be an orbitable up, pointing straight away. Okay, that is what I want. So this is what we need to lock steering to. And lock throttle to 0. Take this code as well. Alright, and then this is basically my own PID loop. It's really just a P loop. So this will fine-tune our velocity to whatever we think the Hohmann transfer DV is, which again is close to what it'll want to do here. Yeah, let's just see what this does. We're doing some science. Was it 9 days from now that I had issues with hitting an impact? I don't remember what I did the other day. The other thing we could do, of course, is fine-tune our predicted AP within the current orbital segment, right? That should be equivalent to fine-tuning for the Hohmann transfer velocity. Like, we should get the same orbit. Or very close to the same orbit, which either way is hopefully a reasonable approximation of what we want. I know that right now the code does have us burning slightly late, and if we are getting a more fine-tuned velocity, that was definitely wrong. How did I screw up the staging that bad? Drop this, drop... Oh, yeah, that's definitely wrong. Ditch that, then drop the fairings. And then, yeah, okay, we lost a stage. The fairings got merged into the skirt decoupler. Alright, that looks right. That's right, that's right. Alright, that's all that got messed up. Okay, so this is just a quick test of, again, we're just fine-tuning our TLI velocity with RCS after the fact. And we're gonna see what that looks like and where that puts our orbit. And it's possible, again, that we can get that sufficiently precise that we no longer need... you know, we might need to adjust our time so that we're burning a little bit later again or something like that. Or sorry, a little bit earlier again, because I do think we're burning late. But, like, realistically, the moon is only a few megameters across, and with the you know, the TWR of the Aegina stage, it's very easy for us to be... I should really tweak those parameters so it doesn't do that. I think I could tweak those parameters so it doesn't do that. If I just put a max on the pitch of the pitch that it was at when it crossed the threshold to the new angle, or to the new steering regime, when it transitions from gravity turn to closed loop, we should be able to keep it from doing that pitch up maneuver. Because, like, we have plenty of time for it to pitch down and correct, so... Oh. Shoot. When I changed the shape of this, I probably didn't account for it resizing the batteries, which means there's probably too much battery in here. But we'll find out. We'll see if we can get a... We'll see if we can get a burn. We might not be able to get to the moon. We might not have the DV. You know what? I'm just going to revert now, and I'm going to check it in the VAB. Because I think when you change the shape, it recomputes the volume and it recomputes the battery. Yeah, there's 302 EC. That actually might be fine. What is that? That's an hour. If I disable... This is deep space avionics. If I shut down... Yeah, like 2 hours. We're probably actually fine, but we could make this smaller. $29 minutes. Yeah, maybe not. You know what? I'll keep the 300. An hour and a half is fine. And then we extend the solar panels. It should be perpetual, yeah. Beautiful. That looks good. Make sure we didn't screw up our staging again. And that looks good. Alright, well, by coincidence, we ended up with a reasonable amount of power. But I'm glad I double-checked. Because if we had, you know, thousands of EC on that probe stage, that would have been a bad time. Okay, so once this gets itself to orbit, like I said, we're just looking to see what it does when it fine-tunes that velocity-based TLI burn. Because all of our calculations assume kind of a... What do I want to say? We assume that we are doing a perfect Hohmann transfer to the altitude that the moon will be at. All right, we can fast forward here. All right. And it's getting itself into position for the TLI burn. Open the terminal and see where we're at. Yeah. Lining prograde, and if we look at the noodles, MEO, which is what we care about, we can see that we're approaching. So what we want, ideally, is for our transfer orbit to pass right through this descending node. And we're actually calculating that pretty well in the script, even though we're just using approximations. You know, it takes so many days for the moon to loop around, so you can see the moon's not currently in line with the AN and DN, but, like, that's a few days of moon travel. So the script is doing that part well. It's just a matter of deciding. As you can see right now, we're burning late, right? We're not even starting until we're almost at the DN. So we probably do want to start a little bit sooner, if we can fine-tune our orbit so that we sort of have it dialed in at that point. If we can't quite dial it in at that point, then starting it later can, like, be helpful. But when we're later, we're not just, you know, we're further around the Earth, right? Which points us before or after the moon, but it also puts us out of plane because we're slightly inclined relative to the plane of the moon right? So if we're early, we're actually, well, in this case, we're pointed down because we're burning at the descending node. Sometimes we might be burning at the AN instead, and then we'd be up if we're early. But you could see here that we're pushing out actually pretty straight. But there we go. Now you can tell that we're late because the PEs are going above. Oop, and the code broke. But yeah, we have a predicted moon PE of 1.5 megameters. Undefined variable name MaxVel Delta. All right, what did I do? Probably something that I copied and didn't... Oh yeah, MaxVel Delta. Where did that come from in Able? 0.1. Okay. I just hit the wrong button. Cool. Love it when I do that. All right. Hopefully that's the only missing thing in the code. Let's load. Let's see, what was the last save before that point? It's the adjust phase. Okay. This one. And then... Oh, nope. We can't load it adjust. Oh, I hate it when this happens. Okay. Yeah, we got to go back a phase. Because we don't have control here, so I can't restart the script. So... Yeah, let's go back to parking orbit then. Parking orbit, I believe, is the one we want. And let's get our, not that button, plotting frame back to MEO. And we should be able to open the terminal. And then again, we burn late, so this is going to go all the way to the DN before it burns. We do probably want to start burning a little bit earlier, you know, half a degree or a degree ahead of time. I was compensating for imprecise burns by burning late. But if we can dial in our transfer velocity better, then I am less concerned about... Yeah, and we'll probably stop this from doing this burning to an AP thing, and we'll switch this to a velocity-based threshold again. We probably can calculate, still using the Keplerian approximations, if we want our orbit at any given point to be an ellipse that passes through us, the DN, and, well, effectively the AN being in the plane of the moon, we have like 3 points, and I think we can figure out what our velocity should be at any given point along this orbit. If we want to do more advanced analysis. But this is currently doing nothing, which tells me that something is wrong. We're pointed forward. So it aligned itself prograde, but then... Wait, controllable 0.00... Oh, we don't have control here. What did I do? Did I mess up my controllable mass when I did that? Did I leave the avionics disabled when I was sizing the battery? That sounds like something I would do. All right, let's figure out what I screwed up. Controllable mass is 0. Okay. I don't know how I did that, but let's fix it. Controllable mass, currently 0.175. All right. 0.2 it rounded to. Yeah, 0.194 total, so yeah, 0.2. All right, and how is that for power? Still just over an hour, that's fine. It's not quite the hour and a half that we had before, but I'll take it. All right, that's what we messed up. Some of the parameters did get reset when we played with the probe core size. Okay. So now that we actually have control, we should be able to fine-tune our orbit. Double check I didn't mess up staging there. It looks good. Let's sim it. Hopefully there's nothing else that I could possibly have screwed up. Okay. I don't Well, I don't know what else I could have messed up. I mean, obviously there could still be more mistakes, and I do apologize that this is such a dark launch. The day I chose at random for this is, requires a night launch for us to get to the moon. All right. Gina's tumbling a little bit, but I think it'll be fine. I should probably give the second stage a little more time to get itself, like, stabilized before it, or just have RCS on the whole time after we stage. That's a valid option as well. Oh, shoot. This isn't gonna work. I'm an idiot. I didn't reconfigure RCS to make sure it's on the right fuel mixture for what was... Because I removed the thrusters and put different thrusters on, so they're not going to be the right fuel mixture that I have in these tanks, which is currently nitrous oxide, and these guys are set to nitrogen by default. Nitrous oxide. There we go. Which I think is the best one I have. ISP of 144 seconds, 54 seconds, 125 seconds. Yeah. Nitrous oxide has the best ISP. And by far the best thrust as well. Oh, I can do HTP now. Still not as good as nitrous oxide. And then we'll get, yeah, hydrazine would be nice, but I need docking and crew transfer, early docking procedures. Okay. That's fine. All right, one more fix. Try again to sim this. All right. Hopefully now I really have messed up everything that I can mess up. And we're just waiting for this to launch. If we could get this thing into a reasonable parking orbit with actual RCS that works and everything else, then we can change the script and just reload the parking orbit save, right? Oof, and yeah, this is like a worst case tumble for the Aegina trying to fix itself. It's not happy. And, like, it's fine. The parking orbit doesn't have to be super precise, but... Alright, that's looking same as ever. This part of the code hasn't had any changes, so, like, I expect it to do. And then I'm not going to try to fast forward through this part of the burn because I have messed that up too many times. And it's more time to go back and have to redo the burn than to just wait through it once. So we're just going to wait through it once. Oh, our vertical speed is going up, so I've got a sign that's calculated wrong. Cool. Oh, but our horizontal speed is going down? I'm curious what this is actually doing to our impact out at this end. It's making it much worse. Okay. Which makes sense, because we've just been burning for a long time. Alright, maybe we don't want to be trying to do... Because I think ultimately what's happening is that our... As we go... Let me kill this program. Can't. We don't have signal. But basically, as we're sliding past the Earth, the component of our velocity that is vertical versus the component that is horizontal just increases naturally, and RCS can't overcome that. So it's just constantly burning, trying to make our orbit more circular, and it's never going to be able to do it. So I think we probably just want to think about the velocity magnitude and just do it like fore and aft until our overall ship velocity magnitude, yeah. So instead of doing vert and horizontal, we're just going to use dv. Oh, this is also wrong, because I don't have the right Hohmann transfer dv. Here, let's do... dv is target vel minus our current. Oh, I just wasn't using dv before. But that's fine. Yeah, we'll just use the horizontal factor. We don't need this at all now. And then we no longer have a top control at all. Okay. So that should... just fine-tune our velocity forward and back until like our overall velocity is where we want, and it's not going to account for horizontal versus vertical. And then the other thing I want to do is I'm going to change the Agena to use... We'll use a target velocity again in the Agena. Instead of this, like, doing weird stuff with the altitude. And if I find the Agena code, transfer burn parameter target val. Wait until ship velocity orbit mag. Is that what I want? Yeah. All right. So we're back to doing velocity-based things instead of altitude-based things, and I just feel better about that. All right, it's ad break time. When we come back from the ad break, we will try this again with the updated code. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back. Because we're now fine-tuning our transfer velocity, I also did make the tweak during the break to start the burn a little bit sooner. So we'll take a look at what that looks like as well. Yeah, we could probably do something like in the Aegina stage when we're burning to like pitch up and down a little bit to really make sure that we are 0 vertical velocity by the time we're done. But when I was looking at it in game, oh whoops, sorry, I was showing you the wrong thing. Here is what I was saying. But in game, like, we were coming out of our transfer burn with tens of meters a second of vertical velocity and, you know, thousands of horizontal. So I think the vertical speed is in the noise, is what I'm saying. And I'm hopeful that we can get away with just ignoring it. Okay, so we can go back to parking. Parking or parking orbit? Parking orbit. I always forget which one is the right one because I changed how the saves get named. I should delete the one that I don't need. That way I never use it. Okay, so from the parking orbit position, this is going to burn the Aegina, and then it's going to adjust with RCS, and it should burn backwards on the RCS because the Aegina should always overburn a little bit. That's what we expect to see. And if we go back to the noodles, we should see that this will start burning, oops, a little bit sooner relative to the descending node here. Yeah. So that's... Oh, well, that's bad. I screwed up my code, apparently. Open terminal, what did I do? Oh, I missed something in the Aegina code when I was changing it. Oh, it's on target AP, it's target velocity now. That was the bug. Okay. Easy fix. Okay. This should be getting... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, interestingly, the vertical speed is going up when we're burning just prograde, but... We could point ourselves, instead of prograde, point ourselves horizontal, right? And that would be... I'd have to think of how I want to actually construct that, but... We could construct that direction as well, conceivably. Because, yeah, this is going to pull back quite a bit. And we should see our AP height right around 390 when it's done. Oh, look at that. Right around 390. And then it points itself to the sun. Do we have an impact? Oh, that looks like my line ends, doesn't it? Oh, look at that. That's an impact. Science! It works! All right, I am really happy about that. Perfect. And then it loops us, it time warps us to the lunar. That's great. So now the question is, can we do this on other days, or does it just work today? Because getting an impact is easy. Getting a consistent impact across multiple days with different phases of the moon and distances from the Earth to the moon and all of those things is what has proven to be a challenge. But I like what I have right now because I have very few fudge factors, right? If we look at the code... We got rid of, like, the fudge factor, the, like, 0.99 on the altitude here. We're just targeting our home and transfer velocity, and it worked. You know, we have this, our burn longitude, but this is less of a fudge factor and more of a, like... We could compute this, right? Hand-picked rather than computing burn time plus time to target longitude. Right? I shouldn't use plus because it's not addition. It's and time to target longitude. But, like, we don't really have any fudge factors anymore. And that's huge. So... That being the case, what we have to do now is try a couple more days in the simulation and see if we still hit the moon on them. This is the question, is can we hit the moon consistently, kind of on any given launch day? So that was 9 days in the future. Let's try 17. Oh. And again, all we're doing is we just want to pick some random days in the month so that we get a feel of whether we have consistency or not. I should have done this a long time ago. I was really concerned about giving the probe deep space avionics, because they can be power hungry. But I guess the probe is light enough that it's not really an issue. Because those two solar panels can power it even without shutting down the avionics, actually. They can power it. So I should have done this a long time ago. I was being overly conservative with my power budget and trying to keep the probe like super minimal. And then once we've done flyby and impactor, we're going to have to do orbiter. And orbiter, I think, should be relatively straightforward. If we can consistently hit the moon with this kind of trajectory, then we can add or subtract a couple of megameters, and then that'll give us a, you know, one side of our lunar orbit, and we just have to have a deceleration stage on our probe. And that can probably just be a solid, right? If we don't need a super precise orbit for the contract, we just strap a solid to this probe, and when we get to our lunar PE, we just point retro and fire, and then point the probe back at the sun. Interesting. Our AP is a little bit lower. Oh, that could just be engine burn variance, I guess. So yeah, this is the test. Another day, 8 days apart. How close are we to the moon when we do this? And once we finish the moon contracts, we're going to have to work on the commercial contracts, because I think those are going to come due next. I don't remember if I bought the commercial contracts for medium or slow. I might have gone slow with them, just so we have plenty of time to do them. So we're going to have to work on mission design for all of those, but I'm not too concerned about that. And then I think almost all of those will fly on, like, our fully uprated Thor Able that we have now. Or the Thor Able Star, really, for ones that need tight circular orbits. And then manned orbit, I think, will be really easy for us. Like, we had to build an Atlas for the moon, and Mercury Atlas is just a thing. So we'll do Mercury Atlas. And then with the lunar contracts out of the way, with the slots available that frees up, I think our options are either interplanetary probes or lunar surface exploration. I don't know if I want to try to do interplanetary. I might go for lunar surface exploration, and we can work on getting, like, landers figured out. I think a lander would probably be fun to write the code for. And then, of course, that'll pivot into post-moon landers and post-early human spaceflight. We'll grab the Moon Boots program, and we'll be working on that. So currently it is September of 63, so I doubt that we'll hit July of 69. We might hit July of 69 for Boots on the Moon, but we shouldn't be more than a couple years late, which would be cool. Oh, I should have been fast-forwarding this. Sorry. Been rambling on. Yeah. About that 470 by 530 orbit is what this ends up in pretty consistently. Which is fine. There we go. Let's, oh, I can't see the terminal from here. That's okay. We can open up Arcadia. Check where we're going to be here. Yeah, we're going to be at the ascending node this time instead of the descending node. Shouldn't make a difference. Code shouldn't care either way. Right, we're going to be more or less within a degree of our burn time and all this other stuff. So, you know, our inclination is always about 28 degrees. I think the only time this code might have an issue, because we're using an angle as a proxy for our burn time, and we're specifically using our longitude angle and ignoring the latitude. What could happen is we would be in, what do I want to say? In cases where the moon is really high, that pushes us into an inclination higher than the 28 degrees from Cape Canaveral, that would put us in a slightly different plane, and our like 1 degree fudge factor here that we're using as our timing might not quite get us where we want to be, if that makes sense. But yeah, this is looking good. We do still pass the AN on our way. We could probably afford to burn a little bit earlier even still. But yeah, we do see the PE is pulling, well, what it calls PE because that's our furthest distance from the moon. But it's pulling towards the DN and then it goes past it there. Yeah. And then we're going to pull backwards, we're going to pull backwards, we're going to pull backwards, and we're going to slam right into the moon. Ah, nope, we pulled backwards too far. Significantly too far. All right. So yeah, we still don't have consistency. Oh. And like, we're close. But clearly here, like and maybe we should do it by AP height instead of velocity. Like, that's an option. Is we could go back to trying target AP instead of target velocity. Because this 350 that we were at seemed low. And I don't know what the moon's altitude is relative to the Earth right now. Let's do ECI. The moon altitude 354. Okay, so it is close today. Also shows us just how far away we actually are. Like, yeah, the moon's gonna keep moving towards us during these last part of phase of the intersection, but, like, we missed by quite a bit there, didn't we? It could be that we need a combination of more fine-tuning of our departure time as well as more fine-tuning of our velocity. Like, I think we're still burning a little bit late. So we can change that, right? We can start our burn a little bit earlier even. And if we load parking orbit, but I think you know, in this case, something about whatever we're computing just isn't quite right. Boy, the residuals on those solids are huge, aren't they? That's funny. I don't think I ever noticed that. Oh no. Burned out. Sure. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. I don't think these are supposed to be adjustable. All right, here we go. And again, all this is doing is burning a little bit, and that's the wrong thing. Let's go back to Mio, please. There we go. Burning just a little bit earlier relative to this, well, to what we compute as the orbital plane, but it's basically the AN. Like, our computations are dead on with this, which is fantastic. But yeah, the closer we can get, you know, sort of our DV to be centered on this, and we can see that we're still actually a little bit late. We still have, you know, like half of our DV on this side of the burn. But the closer we are to like in plane with that, the better off we're going to be. All right, and then it pulls it in. 1. Moon periapsis, yeah, and then it comes out the other side. So it's still overcorrecting. And it is still pulling it in. Like, it thinks the moon is closer than the moon actually is going to be on that day. You know, we're calculating this, whatever, 300 and... This says 354 AP. All right, let's try something a little bit different. So we have our moon altitude target, right? So target, here, let's just comment this whole thing out. So we have a target altitude. What do we want our altitude target to be? Within a kilometer? I don't know how fine we can get with the RCS. I mean, within a megameter should be good enough to hit the moon, right? The moon's about 3.5 megameters across. But we'll say within a kilometer. So... All right, and this actually needs to be the other way around. If our AP is high, this will be negative and we'll burn. Nope, this is actually the right way around. Okay. Okay, so this is basically the same loop we had before, just adjusted to hit a target altitude instead of a target velocity. Because why not? You know, we're not exactly at the right place when we're doing this tweaking, so tweaking our AP might be more precise than tweaking our velocity. And then I think that's fine. So let's load. I mean, I'd like to load adjust, but we might not be able to. We might not have signal here to reset the probe core. So we might have to go back to the previous stage. Yeah, we don't have control here. So we got to go back to parking orbit again and let it run from here. Let it actually do the transfer burn. That's something I should think about as well, is like, can I put a better UHF radio on this thing so that we actually have control everywhere? The next time I go into the VAB, I should do that. We can put a big UHF antenna like on the Agena or something so that we have comms. Because like it should have line of sight to Canberra here. We just don't have a good antenna for it. Yeah, and we are, I think, still a little bit early if we watch our delta V here. And, like, exactly when we want to do this burn does depend on our total delta V. And, like, actually, we're pretty close to 1500 in the middle here, 1700 there. This is a short burn, because the moon is so close. But... And that's one of the things we might have to do, is we might actually have to, like, calculate that based on our predicted burn time, and... Alright, burning backwards, burning backwards, burning backwards. In the moon... Back through the moon to the other side. Yep. Oh, yep, okay. This is what I was afraid of happening. Kilometer is too tight. We're flip-flopping. Yeah, it looks like... We may want to set it to like 10 kilometers or 100 kilometers. And that's fine. Or even like, again, a megameter should be enough to hit the moon. But it also... God, please stop. There we go. We also, like, realistically, we still have the issue of, for whatever reason, on this day... We're predicting the moon is significantly closer than it actually is, apparently. Or, like, our departure time is a little bit wrong. Like, there's lots of little things that could be wrong. But let's set this to a megameter, and let's go back into the game and reload from the parking orbit. And, like, this is basically... We saw the same result with that we saw with doing it velocity-based. So I don't think there's a significant difference in, like... code mistakes there. The altitude is arguably the thing we care about, but if we can only get altitude to within, like, a megameter, then I'm not sure that it really matters. And we could potentially fine-tune that further, but we'd need smaller RCS thrusters. And that might be part of the problem with stabilizing this thing, is that the RCS thrusters are actually too big. But You know, it is possible that there's something wrong with like our lunar altitude predictor as well. That I have a bug in that code somewhere, and we are predicting too low of an altitude. That is always possible. But somehow I doubt it. I actually want to watch, there's the moon. I want to see how this orbit, as it is coming into the moon in this transfer plotting frame, actually behaves. You know, in both the vertical and the horizontal planes. We can see that right now, our closest approach is too high. But we're coming into the ascending node, so as we pass through that, yeah, we can see the closest approach curving down, which is what we want, and then it curves down. Oof. Okay. Huh. That almost looks like we're burning at the wrong angle, doesn't it? Because we like we're a little too early or a little too late, and we're not really pointed directly at the moon. Cool, but this does get itself with that new, you know, within a megameter. But we're way off on hitting the moon here. So I just want to try something. Let's try burning even earlier. I want to see what that does to this as we kind of pass through and then bring back in. I just want to see how it behaves. And again, it's possible that we're actually burning late and we need to burn a little bit. Or sorry, we're already burning too early and we need to burn a little bit later. But yeah, let's see what that looks like if we do it just a little bit earlier still. Because it did look to me like watching that PE, as, you know, again, it starts high and then curves down as we pass through the ascending node. And it looked to me like it ended up going significantly lower, which to me means that we still need to burn a little bit sooner to get a cleaner impact on where the moon actually is. And then the question is, again, if we can get an impact on this day, is that still reproducible on, like, the other day where we hit it previously? Yeah, if we just kind of get the moon and the Earth lined up here, we can actually sort of see our behavior. And yeah, as expected, right, our lunar PE starts high because we're burning early as we approach the ascending node. As we get closer to the ascending node, we should see the PE kind of pull down. Okay, so here our PE never actually hits. We pull it in closer, and then it starts pulling further away again. Which does tell me that I think we really are burning too early now. Even though... we can change, like, we can look at the ECI reference frame, right? And see what that transfer looks like. And, you know, what we want is for our... yeah, and this does look high, doesn't it? I mean, it's hard to tell kind of where the curve of the elliptical orbit ends and we start getting into weird stuff from the moon. But yeah, if this is high, then that means that we are burning too early now. Which is what I expected, right? I wanted to keep adjusting that number until it was obviously too early, just so I could get an idea of what obviously too early really looks like. And I think this is obviously too early. Because I can kind of get the plane of the moon's orbit there, right? And you can see that we are above that. What I want is to see the patched conic for this vessel, and it doesn't really want to show it to me. But I guess, oh, because we're in the moon, so we kind of missed being able to see our patched conic. Okay. Yeah, we're MCI, we can see the patched conic. I mean, this is the other option, right? Is when we get to the moon's frame of reference, we can point radial in. Although in this case, pointing radial in is making it worse. So... radial out? Thought radial in should basically always be what we want here, but maybe not. Yeah, but this is going to be a long burn for the Delta V that we need here. Yep, and we're out of fuel. Cool. So yeah, it's not feasible to correct a 4 megameter miss with RCS, and I didn't think it was going to be. All right. Well, we know that we're burning a little too early now for sure. So I do want to keep tweaking the burn times a little bit. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I do think that we're having something funky with how we're calculating the altitude. Let's go back to 1. And I want to see how this looks compared to the 2. And I know we've flown 1 before. But I've already forgotten what it looks like. Did I not just load my quick save? September 63. Load game. Parking orbit. Okay, that was weird. This should now be, yeah, the 30th of September. All right, so this is going to get itself quite a bit closer to the ascending node before it actually burns. I'm wondering if previously, where I thought we were burning 2 still too late, maybe we actually were a little bit too early. Because we saw that same behavior where it kind of swung the orbit around the moon like that. I don't know if that makes sense, but... Because, yeah, like, from the moon's perspective here, we can see that our PE is already starting to... Yeah, that's what we want to see. Look at that. That's coming right through. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Too far. All right, so we set our target to this, like, 354 and change. We're about to time warp. I want to see what the moon's altitude is going to be when we time warp. Like, as we pass in front of it. Because I'm shocked that we're that far off. It's like, moon is 354,676, you know? That's real close to what we were setting our target AP to. It pretty much is right there. Yeah, 3539. So the moon's even actually a little bit closer than we are targeting, but we're still swinging in front of it. And that tells me we're not burning at the right time. And if we think about our orbit, if we're late, we're going to be in front of it. But also, if our transfer takes less time than expected, we're going to be in front of it. But if that's the case, then, like, we're in the wrong plane, even. Right? Because, like, the Moon-Earth orbit plane, we are... Yeah, we're to the right of the line between the Earth and the Moon, right? And that means that we are ahead of the Moon's orbit. And we can see that in ECI as well, now that we're this close to the Moon. And you could kind of see, if I can line them up. Yeah, so that's what it calls Luna 1 probe there, is... the Aegina, and that's on the plane. Yeah, and you can kind of see how the moon is not quite to where we want it to be. Look at that. So is this an issue with our estimation of the moon's coordinates, where sometimes we're off? And like, we're looking at 3D things, our orbits are a little funky, you know, maybe this is a better approximation, but like, if I get them to kind of line up here, the moon is off by a couple of moon radii. Okay, maybe this is our problem. Maybe there's something wrong with those calculations still, which is definitely a possibility. Because that's a pretty, I think, rough approximation. So maybe let's look at how we're calculating the moon's position. That may be the thing to look at next. All right, we'll check a look at that code when we get back from the ad. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right. Welcome back. So this is what we're looking at. Where what I'm saying I'm seeing in game here is that it looks like the moon isn't quite where we expect it to be, which means that our approximation for its position isn't being super helpful. And this is an approximation, of course, but like, again, what we want is that when we hit the moon, and we can keep moving forward and the moon will keep approaching us. But you can see we're pretty much there now. And our orbital plane, and yes, we've been curved towards the moon a little bit, but like, we expect the moon to be in our plane, and it's not. And I think this is potentially our issue. Which means we're launching not quite into the right plane. Do we need to be accounting for... All right, so this is moon position at time. That's fine. Let's go through... I'm going to assume that this is fine because its altitude calculation is really close and we're off really by just a couple of degrees. And like that could be because we're in a degenerate case for this like approximation of true anomaly from mean anomaly and eccentricity. Or because we're in a degenerate case for the patched conic approximation versus the n-body calculations of the moon. But, like, I think it's more likely that we're not handling something here. Where... All right. So, we do this calculate launch, right? And then we start with an approximation that the moon will be at the altitude of its semi-major axis. Which is a reasonable enough approximation. It's the average altitude, right? And then what we do is we iterate on this to give ourselves a new travel time, to get a new position at time. And then... yeah, here we want to find the orbital plane that we're going to need to be in for the moon. And what we're saying is... I mostly trust this math. I found bugs in this before, so this could be wrong. But... yeah. So what this almost has me thinking is that our travel time calculation isn't working out with when we calculate for the moon, and that would mean that we're going too fast? So that is definitely... Yeah, so this returns... Oh. The first return statement. This is pointless. This returns a launch time. And in the moon impactor, pre-launch... Yeah. Oh. Well, okay. We're launching a few seconds late, almost certainly. And we're also not accounting for how much time we spend on orbit before we actually burn. But that should have the moon... That should have us burning later than expected and have the moon be closer to us, right? The issue is that we're too early for the moon. But if we're burning late, if we're launching late, that would also push us a couple degrees ahead. I mean, we're not launching like an hour late, which would be a lot, but we are potentially launching... Here, let's add a minus 20 here. And we have this as a loop just because the it can be the warp can be interrupted by like messages popping up or whatever else, so we specifically... But like launching 10 seconds late or whatever is not a noticeable amount of... Well, you know... Yeah, I mean, 0.004 degrees per second is the Earth's rate of rotation, more or less. So, like, we could be off by a noticeable amount if our launch time is wrong. And it definitely also, you know, I mean, it takes a few seconds for this to get to... you know, for us to power up the engines and other things, but, like, still, there's no way we're off by these huge amounts, right? Nothing in here is screaming an obvious bug to me. I mean, I could go back through all of this and make sure that, like, I'm not confusing any of my numbers, but I think if any of this was wrong, we'd be off by a lot more. And I'm reasonably confident that I worked out the bugs in this. But I can, you know, open the paper and we can double check. Because this is all straight out of... straight out of the NASA paper that I was following. So we can double check all this. And then, yeah, we're assuming that our right ascension is gonna be the like the longitude when we launch. Which maybe, I mean, I think that's right. I think that's what the paper says. You know, we might need to add a little bit to our travel time to account for so that could fine-tune our predictions a little bit. But that would make our travel time, our predicted travel time, a little bit longer, which means that we would want to depart a little bit sooner. And I mean, we can look at in-game what our, you know, here, if we just load parking orbit here, we can look at what time this will burn at, right? That's... and, you know, our orbital period is... you know, hour and a half, sure. So, in this case, we're departing almost an hour, maybe a little more, after... Yeah, this is, I mean, like an hour and 15 minutes after we depart. Is that meaningful on how far the moon will have moved and some of these other things? I doubt it. Like an hour on the scale of the moon is what percent of its orbit? A small amount. Yeah. 0.1%. Which again, you know, is however many megameters, but like... I mean, we could certainly add this, you know, hour and change to the calculations if we want to. You know, it's going to be different for every launch day. We're going to have different, like, times around the Earth until we get to our burn longitude. So we should probably figure out a way to calculate that. So that we can... Okay, because, yeah, we can get this burn longitude. And then our launch, right ascension. Oh, that's all of this. So we'd need to lift basically all of this math up into this loop so that we can calculate, like, our... But you know what? Maybe we need to do that. Because we're not accounting for... I mean, it's not just the 1 hour of the time on orbit, is it? It's also this wait angle that we need to convert to a wait time. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to believe that I need to lift all of this into the loop. Okay, that's fine. Let's do it. Let's lift it all into the loop. -1 times... All right, so all we need out of this is wait time, moonvec, and RT. Okay. And we don't need RT up here, I don't think. I think it's just used for... Yeah, it's just used for our burn latitude and burn longitude. Okay. So all of this... Okay, so we have home and transfer time. Right, because it's moon position at time seconds plus next TT. Plus wait time. And wait time will start at 0, but will get reset to our new wait time, which should just get refined along with everything else, right? And then here, we'll move our error check down here. So basically, this means that we recompute our wait time last. We always use the previous wait time, but we expect the wait time to get very close very quickly, and we can confirm that with the debug prints. And then... I don't really care about time error. We don't use it, right? No, we never did anything with time error. Okay. Yeah, so the only thing is that we're using the wait time from the previous iteration, But because we wait until our position error is so small, our wait time error will be also very small. But this should get us a closer approximation of where the moon is going to be for our departure time. I hope. I really hope. The other thing that we potentially need to account for is on orbit time. Actually, what I should do is I should just do the burn longitude, and we don't need the burn latitude anymore. We're not using it for anything. Yeah, we don't actually use the latitude. It's just the longitude that we're using in our launch computations now. So we can just get rid of the burn latitude entirely. And in that case, we can calculate it here. Instead of RT, we'll do burn. It's not burn longitude, it's burn RA, but we're not going to change it. Well, we'll change it in here because this is actually using the right terminology. So it's the burn right ascension. So set burn RA to okay. And then we're gonna have a... So we have our launch RA, right, which we calculate here. That's our weight angle. Oh no, launch right ascension 1, launch right ascension 2. We choose one of these. And then our burn RA is how far around the Earth we go after we launch. So local launch RA is weight angle plus Earth rotation angle plus ship longitude. And then local orbit angle is weight angle. No. It's going to be our 360 plus launch. No, plus... It's our burn angle minus our launch angle plus 360. 360. And then... set orbit time to orbit frac times... Our orbit is about 90 minutes... 60 seconds. And orbit time up here, plus wait time, plus orbit time. There we go. There we go. So this now accounts for how long we need to wait and how long we're going to be on orbit before we burn. Is that going to give us a sufficiently precise estimate of the moon's position? Who knows? I mean, we're talking about... I mean, it could be a few hours, right? I mean, that is... I don't know how much the moon moves in a few hours, but it's many kilometers, I'm sure. So, like, it could matter. It could end up mattering a lot. This could be the difference between why we can't consistently hit it. Is around, you know, we can hit it when we have small wait times and small on-orbit times, but we can't hit it yeah, and we're still using our previous approximations of like wait time and orbit time. Like we calculate those from the previous loop, but we update them based on the sort of final position that we choose, and we use them here. Because like that has to be part of our like integration loop here, is just we need some source of truth for these. And we start with them at 0 because our initial approximation is terrible anyway. Cool. Let's do I have a save state? Yes, pre-launch. Pre-launch will rerun all this math, right? Yes. Pre-launch. Nope. Well, that's not surprising. That I made a typo somewhere in all of that. Launch params is moon math, calculate launch. Undefined variable name RT. Oh yeah, because I decided we're not setting RT. It's just local RT is, because it's the burn right ascension that we do here, which I still am calling burn longitude because I don't want to change other code, but it is a right ascension. Okay. Hopefully that's the only bug. Is there an easy way for me to access the... No, I guess there isn't. I guess I can just run it. Bonk. Oh, we're doing something with RT again. Oh, burn-dur. We don't need that, do we? No, we don't use that either. we're gonna, one second. That's, I think I know what's wrong here. We wait until launch time. Warp to, oh, because we're always kind of warping to now. Launch time minus 19. That way we warp for 1 extra second. I think that's what we want. All right. And now it thinks that it needs to skip ahead to, like, the next viable window, and that's fine. And then, yeah, this leaves itself, like, 20 seconds. I could probably make that number smaller. But it's good to see it kind of always sitting on the pad for a few seconds, because then I know that we didn't accidentally time warp past when we want to launch, right? And what I hopefully want to see is that our orbit is a little more lined up with where the moon actually is going to be. And I don't know if the things that I've changed were worth it. Like, I feel like we're dealing with things on the orders of minutes and seconds on things that are on the scale of hours and days actually mattering. But being a little more precise can't hurt. You know, I approximate that our orbit is about 90 minutes, which I think is fine. I can do the math on what an actual, like, 500-kilometer orbit is, but... And again, apologies for the night launch. There's not a lot we can do about it. We burn for the moon wherever we need to so that the moon is in the right place. I guess we could choose our launch days so that the moon will be... I guess we'd want to go on, like, a full moon? Question mark? But, like, tweaking these positions of where the moon is going to be is... I mean, again, maybe it matters. right? But, you know, our final updated moon distance is... the moon is on the closer side of where it's going to be right now. And we're predicting that it's going to be very, very close. Like 353 megameters, almost 354. And that kind of concerns me. That maybe we are doing something a little bit wrong with those calculations. Yep, 530 by 470 orbit, as always. At least this is consistent. I guess our orbital period is closer to... yeah, hour and a half. Yeah. I'm willing to call it an hour and a half in the code. We look here, yeah, we're coming up on the ascending node. When are we burning right now? What is that set to? 1 degree before the ascending node. Yeah, I do still think we might be burning a little late, but it's so hard to tell. Yeah, the PE is swinging around to the DN. Yeah, and past it. God, this is significantly worse. But here's the question. Is this significantly worse because our prediction for the moon is better, and now we really have to be careful about dialing in our burn time? Because I'm wondering if that's the... Yeah, here's the moon, and we're way over here. Which with our orbit means we burned to late, which is what I always thought we were doing. But what's interesting is this is exactly what I also suspected would happen when we started to account for those times, is that the moon is further back. Like, we added more time to what we expect everything to take, so we left a little bit earlier, and now the moon is still not there. But yeah, you could see that we are, like, past our AP here, and the moon has still not caught up, which means that we need to leave. We need to start our burn a little bit sooner for our departure so that we're angled back a couple more degrees. Okay, let's do -2. And let's go back to... It's got to be parking orbit. Because this is where we warp to our actual burn. I could probably do a quick... Well, no, I shouldn't, because we... This is what controls where we're warping to do the actual burn, so we kind of need this stage, right? So we're going to swing around to the other side here. I mean, it is possible that there's also something funky with our, again, our prediction of the moon's orbit, where we're not putting the moon in the right place. But, you know, kicking our whole burn over by, like, 1 degree is a pretty significant adjustment, right? So... So yeah, with a more accurate prediction for when we expect to arrive at the moon, we might or might not be doing a better job here of ooh, We had an impact and we lost it. Yeah, we pulled past it again. We look in ECI, as we get closer to the moon, I can kind of get an idea of how we're... Oh, sorry, ECI, not MCI. Once it time warps us, we can kind of get a feel for what we're doing. But if you look here, it does look like our AP is still maybe a little... We're swinging around a little high and a little early. So we may want to pull our burn forward even a little more. Which is wild to me, but fine if that's what we need to do. Because, yeah, we're kind of crossing, again, the tip of our orbit. And we're still ahead of where the moon is. And then the moon starts to pull us back as it gets closer to us, right? So what we want is for the moon to be more up here when we're here. And that means that we need to be kicked back even a little further. All right, let's try 3 degrees. 3 degrees feels really aggressive and might be too much. But if it gets us there, it gets us there. Toggle power to KOS to make it reset. I should check the KOS settings if there's a difficulty setting that I have set that like disables avionics on quick load or something. And we're actually only using our longitude here, not our actual orbital plane to calculate this 3 degrees off. So like, yeah, they're kind of equal increments because we're close by here. But if we were to try to burn really early, you know, like 90 degrees off, it would be a harder time. But with 3 degrees here, I'm worried that we are going to be very close to... Well, we're going to be burning out very close to the ascending node. And maybe that's what we need because of how we're targeting our burn angle. Alright, we got like AN, DN, and the moon all lined up here. Through the moon, out the other side again. right, let's look at this in ECI, and let's see what this looks like now as we come around, because I think now we might be late. Right? We skipped all the way up to 3 degrees. I mean, it does look like our Earth AP is still high above the moon, which tells me that we're still early even. But I want to see what this looks like as the moon comes in. Yeah. So we kind of are pointed. We're still pointed ahead of the moon, right? And then we kind of get pulled backwards by it. And we're still high, which tells me, since we're burning at the AN, that we're still early. Okay. I don't love that, but here, let's give ourselves a little more breathing room on this side. Let's bump this way up. Let's bump this up to something that we know. Or sorry, I meant that we're still late. We need to pull it earlier. 5 degrees seems way too early, but I want to see us obviously way too early, which would show us arriving behind and... Wait, no. We're burning at the AN, and we're pointed too far north, which means that we are finally too early here. I was wrong. Sorry, I got my math backwards. We're still... It looks like we're arriving ahead of the moon, but that could just be because of where our... Sorry, I'm trying to think about the geometry here. So 3 was too much. Let's try 2.5, and let's see what this looks like. I think 3 was too much. We don't have to keep going up. I think it looks like we're arriving ahead of the moon. And that's my concern, is that our actual launch time is not clocked right, and we're not in the right plane. And I'm not sure what we would want to do to fix that part. You know, we can add a fudge factor of a couple of degrees if we desperately want to, but I'd prefer not to. You know, if we can get a better approximation of the moon's, you know, position and things like that, then we might be able to get a better, because I do think that our calculation has us doing well burning into the ascending node of the moon-Earth orbit frame, right? Like, we see that when we're off by however many degrees we want to be off by here. But the moon isn't being quite where we want it to be. Which could mean that our travel time calculation is wrong. You know, we're getting a faster transfer than a pure elliptical Hohmann transfer, right? Could be that I have a bug in my home and transfer time calculation. That's always possible. I gave this a little more time to make sure that it's actually aligned on its burn vector. So this thing sitting around for a few degrees around the orbit is expected. Although I can probably split the difference. Yeah, so what we want to see is that the PE approaches the DN. Ideally we want the PE to be at the DN, right? That means that we're hitting the moon. Or we're hitting the moon's orbit. Yeah, see, and that just pulls right through to the other side. Consistently it does that. Oh, that's so frustrating. Oh, and now we're way off. We're off by like 6 megameters. This is huge. Okay. What I almost want to do, and I know this is silly, but like, I almost want to intentionally misclock our orbit so that we burn... What do I want to say? So that we miss the moon, so that I can see what our, like, elliptic transfer actually looks like, so that I can get an idea of how we're dialing in or not dialing in that part of the orbit, right? So if we just add, like, 90 degrees to our launch wait time and to our longitude, that would probably maybe help. Let's try that. And it is just about add break a clock. So launch time, time seconds plus wait time plus what is it? It's gonna be body, well, body is Earth. But yeah, body period times another 90 degrees divided by 360. Right? And then our burn rate ascension, oh, it's just times 0.25 here. Burn rate ascension is plus 90 degrees as well. All right, when we come back from the ad, we'll try this. And what we should see is that we completely missed the moon, but it should give me a better idea for the timing of our actual TLI burn. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the ad. I do appreciate it. Okay. So this is what I came up with. I initially had this, like, hard-coded down here, but I just moved it up during the break. We skip ahead by 90 degrees, which means that we wait for an extra quarter of a day. That's an extra 6 hours of fast-forward time, but whatever, it's fast-forward time. And then we also want to do our burn right ascension is a little bit further ahead. And what this means is that we're going to miss the moon entirely, but it's going to help us dial in our burn so that we want our AP to be also our descending node or ascending node relative to the plane of the moon. And I think just offsetting by 90 degrees is fine, although maybe what I should do is just, like, add 7 days to all of our time factors or something. And then we'll definitely be off by whatever, but... What I'm worried about is that we're not... Yeah, I think I do actually want to do that. We're just going to add 7 days to where the moon is going to be. So we're just going to do the fudge factor here. Transfer time plus 7 days. Local time fudge is... Yeah, let's do it here. Because I think this will make sure that we're still burning into the right plane, basically. I want the ascending node or the descending node in the MEO time frame to still be, like, reasonable references for us. And I think if we just kick our orbit around, we lose that reference point. But if we intentionally burn where we know the moon won't be, you know, about 90 degrees... but we're still targeting the right plane. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, and we can go all the way back to pre-launch. Yeah, I should probably have this warp to slightly fewer than 20 seconds away. 10 seconds might be enough. My concern is always when I'm time warping things that I don't want to over warp, obviously. What? What just happened? Procedural tank balloon failed due to aerodynamic stress? What? I don't think I've ever seen this before. And we have to wait 20 seconds again. Something is wrong. Something's bugged. Okay. Let's go back to Space Center. We're accelerating way too fast. It's like we don't have all of the mass of our vessel somehow. Okay, that's cool. Never seen that happen. Yeah, I don't have the KCT backup. Awesome. Okay. So what I think I can do, what I'm going to actually do, is I do zip up the saves every time that I every day when I stream this. So if I unzip just the save but leave ships, oh, it's under, of course it's under the, okay. No, I guess all I need to pull out is persistent.sfs, right? That's the important stuff. Sorry, I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out what parts I want to pull out. Because I don't want to overwrite. I made some changes to the ship, and I don't want to overwrite those. But I think I can take just the save part. Worst case, I do have to unzip the whole thing, and we'll have to fix the ship again, which is not the end of the world. Okay, saves, ass. I'm just gonna grab all of the SFS and load meta files. And we're going to overwrite everything that's an overwrite. But we're gonna leave ships and sub-assemblies alone. Okay? Let's try that. And then hopefully I can go in, I can load the ship, and we'll be where we want to be. I'm not sure how we lost the KCT backup. Well, it's not a KSP stream without at least one weird bug or crash. Waiting for the load. But what we should see now is that I can load the vessel The ship should be the latest version that I saved, but the save should be the save. September 1963. That's the right day. We were simming on the 30th of September with a plus 18 day offset. And if we load Luna 1, I see the RCS, I see the separation motors. I think this is going to be the right version. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, cool. So we'll do again. I mean, we may as well sim on the same. Well, we're simming ahead now, so it doesn't matter. This matters less. And what I also want to be able to see is I want to be able to see that our AP around Earth is in the transfer plane. And then I also want to see that our I mean, that's the big one, right? Is like, we should see that our AP around Earth is kissing the moon's orbit. That tells us that all of our calculations are correct outside of the gravitational influence of the moon. Because we're just not accounting for that at all, right? But if we can, on a couple of different days, at least have that dialed in, but we still miss the moon, then we at least know that we have some other, maybe we need to figure out a mid-course adjustment or something like that. But if we can't reliably be even, like, kissing the moon's orbit, then we have more work to do on the parts of the code that we've already done. There we go. This is working better now. It's not doing that weird hyper-acceleration that it was doing before. I should fix that. Let's fix that while we're waiting. It's going to be in the Atlas code. Lock steering to insert orbit PE. Heading target AP max pitch. Set max pitch. Do we have a pitch? Is that a thing? Not really. What is this direction? Pointing in the direction of this object from ship. No. Maybe it is under vessel. Does a vessel have a pitch? Yeah, because we do this azimuth vector. Right, so this is what we need to... Needs to be like the min of that and our max pitch. Oh, except it's not the azimuth angle. That one's fine. It's steering angle. Yes. And I have no idea what I did here. Oh, I calculated as relative to our current facing. So trying to clamp that is actually a pain. Because, yeah, this is clamped around whatever our current facing is, right? Yeah. All right, never mind. I thought that would be easier to clamp. But it does not appear to be, so I'm not going to worry about it. We're just going to keep doing that little dance. Oh, you know what? I could clamp it to... Even though I could allow it a negative number so that it can pitch itself down, I probably just need like an asymmetric clamp. So it'll let itself pitch down, but never up. Maybe that's all it needs. Check the noodles. All right, we're approaching the descending node. And we're gonna burn real soon now. Yep, there we go. And again, we are intentionally burning like about a week offset from where the moon is. So like we should end up, yeah, about 90 degrees off from the moon. It looks like we will end up about 90 degrees off from the moon. But what we want is to see, if we go back to the ECI plotting frame, We want to see that our we want to see that our AP, once it's adjusted, is sitting like... I mean, that... You almost couldn't ask for better. But look at that. We've got 2 orbits on either side of the moon. I think the inner one is our first one. And look at that. That is... I mean, that's the behavior we're seeing, right? Is that we're predicting the moon at... the wrong freaking altitude, man. Oh, but look at our patched conic approximation. Our patched conic approximation is perfect. Look at that. Our patched conic is kissing the moon's orbit. Like that couldn't get better if you wanted it to. No, I know it's hard to tell, but like... Yeah, that's the 390. And that's exactly where we predicted the moon to be. Our actual one is a little bit behind, presumably because of the position of the moon is pulling us a little bit and some other things. Wow, it's that much, though. And this orbit here is the Agena. It has some retrograde solids that just pull it out of our way so we can fine-tune our maneuvers. Obviously, as time passes, our predicted, patched conic version will get closer and closer to our... Okay. I mean, so that's... The good news is that our patched conic is predicting what we need it to predict. The bad news is that we don't have... Like, I don't know how to account for this. If we're that close on any given day... Yep. And I think it is the moon, right? The moon is pulling us slightly in that direction. And then our second lap is a little bit behind. That's funny. Oh, and look at that. We're actually gonna slingshot on our third lap. Or fourth lap, maybe? Fourth lap. It's like, are we going to make an encounter? We are. It's not a good one, of course. Okay. So this is telling us what? What is this telling us? I think this is telling us that our burn time is good. That our calculations for the moon's approximate position as a two-body problem are pretty good, because we do see it, you know, pretty much matching Principia's lines, and, you know, the patched conic approximation of the moon is pretty good. But our predicted AP from the patched conics is not always going to be consistent with where we're going to be relative to the moon. And we have to adjust for that based on... I mean, the question is, what are the other things that are tugging on our orbit, right? Obviously, one of them can be the sun. You know, if we are orbiting... You know, here we're kind of sideways to the sun, I guess. In 18 days... well, no, we're 40 days out. Never mind. But, like, we're gonna be on different... What am I trying to say? We'll have different positions of our orbit relative to the sun, right? Like, where we are within the month relative to where we are within the year is gonna give us different, different tugs from the sun. And maybe that is something that we need to get at least a rough approximation for. Because the one that we were simming before, where we were consistently missing low, I think the sun was basically behind us, right? It was, you know, the moon is like here. And I can double check that. We can sim on day 18 again. Compared to, in this case, where the moon is kind of, where the sun is kind of sideways, right? And it's going to have the least impact when the sun is sideways, I guess. So maybe that's a thing that we need to account for, is like, don't try to do it at the full moon. Oh, I didn't think the... I mean, and it could be other bodies as well, right? But like, the dynamics of the Earth-Moon system should be consistent for every launch, give or take, you know, the moon's slightly elliptical orbit. So that says to me that we're experiencing something from outside the Earth-Moon system, which is enough for us to miss the moon. And we can do this by hand if we so desire, right? If we can consistently at least hit a plot where we are... What do I want to say? If we can consistently get to a point where our fine-tune adjustment passes through the moon, even if our default adjustment misses, right? Like it passes through and pulls us too close or something. I think we can at least, we can program in that factor based on the launch date, right? We can say, we get the thing on the launch pad, we run one more sim, we add a little bit of extra to our, you know, target AP based on other factors related to that launch day. And then we fly the actual launch. And as long as we only have like one fudge factor like that, I feel pretty okay about it. And I think the fine tune, like where we fine tune our target AP, here is probably the place to do it, right? It would be state at moon altitude plus some fudge factor, right? Which is going to be, you know, we were looking at maybe 5 or 10 megameters. So if we can get that dialed in, then we can, you know, for any given day with a couple of tests, then I think that's good enough to fly it. Like, in the real world, they would have been looking at all of these things and doing calculations on the ground and effectively running these simulations and then programming in, you know, the fine-tuned, this is what you actually need to do to hit the moon. Adjustments. So we can do the equivalent of that. And the equivalent of that for us, unfortunately, is just running a sim, like, on launch day. But I think that would work. Hey, Starfighter. Sorry I picked a bad day. But all of that aside, what I was saying, like, what we saw here, where our, and obviously it's messed up now because we finally had the moon rotate by, but like, we saw that our predicted AP from the patched conics was good, but our predicted AP from Principia was lower in this particular situation. And that, to me, is within the bounds of what I'm willing to have as a fudge factor. Because I don't think it's reasonable for us to actually, like, account for the sun or whatever our issue is. Let's go back to the VAB, and let's go back to what has been our test day, which is day plus 18. Chosen just kind of arbitrarily, but... And I think what we're gonna see if we sim on day plus 18 is that we're burning pretty much in line with the sun, and then we're missing the moon on the inside. And that tells me that the sun is tugging on our orbit, which is hilarious. But again, to me, that's something that I'm willing to account for with, like, a little bit of a, you know, oh, we need an extra, you know, whether we call it a velocity fudge factor or a altitude fudge factor, it's easier for me to think of it in, like, terms of altitude, because I can just look in the game and see how many megameters are we missing the moon by, add this to our target altitude, right? And, like, that's just, you know, we'll call running the simulation, you know, the equivalent of computing a correction factor that's uploaded, you know, on the day of launch to the computer, right? And that's stuff that would have been done. Yep, exactly. We need to simulate our actual launch day, which I won't know until we get it queued up for assembly and all of those things. What I want to see right now, though, is just, like, can I pick a couple of arbitrary days, like, sim it, and hit the moon with just a couple of attempts? Because I don't want to end up, like, getting to our launch day and having to do, like, a dozen sims to fine-tune a bunch of parameters. I want to be able to say that on any given day, I can just tweak our target altitude by some amount to hit the moon based on where the sun is or whatever. And we might even be able to do something fun with, like, the angle between us and the sun and the moon, and figure out, like, what that correction factor needs to be. That would be fun if we actually could, like, try this on a few different days of the month and get it, like, if it's cyclical. Put it all into a large Excel spreadsheet like real rocket scientists. Yep. But, like, if the thing that's making us miss really is just the sun tugging on us in different directions, whether it's like a full moon or a new moon, then we should be able to just, like, can we do the sign of the angle between the sun, the earth, and the moon or something like that, and get a good, and multiply that by, like, 5 megameters and call it a day? Like, because that would be cool if that works out. Because our transfer time is always going to be about the same, and yeah, moon horoscope, it this is starting to feel like it's about as precise as a horoscope. But, like, what we're going to see is we're going to see this pull through the moon. And what I'd like to do also is sim, like, 2 weeks after this and see if we have the same effect, like, in the opposite direction. Do we kind of go on the outside of the moon? And if that is the case, then we might be able to compute something with our angles. Because, yeah, if we go up here and we look at Maybe the problem is for most of the transfer orbit, I mean, if we are on an elliptic trajectory and we're gonna miss to the close, then we can't really do much steering-wise to fix that, right? The way our trajectories are designed. If we wanted to set our target AP higher so that we were hitting our elliptic trajectory early, then we could do a little more steering on the way. And that's definitely an option. But that has some other math to make sure that we're burning in the right place. But yeah, look at this. We're very close to a full moon here. The sun isn't, like, quite there, but, like... I guess, like, today is basically the full moon. Very close to it. I have a thing that tells me this, don't I? No, doesn't actually tell me the phase. But yeah, if I can do something with, like, the... Oh, no, want to zoom out here all the way to the sun. That would be silly. But if I could do something with, like, the sun, earth, moon angle, and, like, figure out where we are relative to... Because, yeah, when we correct here, we're going to pull in. We're going to overshoot. Look at that. Right through the middle. And it is like 5 megameters on our AP. And, like, this is a beautiful intercept. Like, we're going right past the moon here. And if we look at this back in the ECI plotting frame... not focused on the moon. You could see how our elliptical orbit just swings in and, well, it gets warped here, but swings in and just kisses where the moon is. And if we turn on patched conics, yeah. And you can, well, yeah, KSP also doesn't think we're going to hit the moon. But you can also see how the patched conic has us going significantly further than we actually are, right? Our actual AP is different from our, like, predicted AP that we're using for all of our maths. So, like... we can do this. That's not what I wanted. This one is what I want. All right, and this is going to do its burn again. Except... Actually, I could have loaded adjust. I had just realized, but that's all right. And when I was doing this based on the home and transfer velocity instead of the altitude, we had the same thing. We were coming in, we were missing the moon by about the same amount, and that tells me that it's, you know, our calculation is good either way, right? From this point, with this velocity, we should hit the moon, but we're being tugged by something else, and we have to account for that. And I think in this case, it is gonna be the sun. So again, if we have a... You know, right here, you know, at this point where we're figuring out our burn, there's some angle between us and the Earth and the sun, right? And we can use that to apply a correction factor. And that'll be something like, you know, 6 megameters times the sine of this angle, right? Or cosine, whichever one. Yeah, cosine. And, you know, that's assuming that we just want to account for, like, a nice... It's not quite going to be a clean factor of, like, our orbit is sideways versus straight relative to the sun, but it'll be kind of that. But for now, I want to see if just adding this, like, 5 megameters just... Can we just get a hit if I do that? And I suspect the answer will be yes. But it'll be good to confirm that that's, like, gonna do what we want. Yes. That's a beautiful hit. Could be better, but pretty good. We might need a slightly larger fudge factor than 5 megameters. Maybe 6 or 7 would be better on a day like today. But yeah, this is good. So what I want to be able to do is get, let's go back to, we'll load adjustment. Yeah, we'll load adjust. So this is right after we did the main burn. So what we want is we want to be able to get the Vang between... Here, let's open a terminal. I don't have a terminal, of course. We'll just fast forward until we, like, get a signal. There we go. All right. So... I think it's going to be orbitable. Its direction. Pointing in the direction of this object from ship. Sure. Then up points straight away from the SOI body. Okay. So... We're assuming that the direction of the sun from the ship is approximately the same as the direction from the sun to the Earth. We could probably find a more precise way to do this, but... That's fine. They're close enough to the same. And then local... Sun factor is the cosine of the angle of the sun direction and the ship direction. And then local... Well, what we want is we want about 7 megameters at whatever this angle actually is. So we're just going to compute it. And then when we run this, we can just print, and then we'll set this to the wanted factor. And that should get us, basically we'll do the 7 megameters, and then it'll tell us what our multiplier needs to be for us to get that consistently. And then we could test that on different days and see if this actually helps. If this consistently can get us a cleaner orbit based on where we are relative to the sun. And we might need some other adjustments, but this is a start. All right, it is ad break o'clock. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. We'll give this a try, and then we'll see if it helps on other days as well to get an intercept. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back. Appreciate folks hanging around through the break. Okay, so what we've got here is we're kind of just figuring out whatever this cosine is right now to get us the like 7 megameters or so that we need, what our multiplier is going to be. And then I'll probably round that to a nice round number because, you know, we have give or take a couple of megameters. And if it even is a cosine, yeah, I mean, it's probably close enough to a cosine, right? We want it to be a positive number when we're in line with the sun, because the sun is pulling us backwards. We probably need it to be a negative number when we're on the other side. We're going to test this on a few more days of the month, obviously, to see if it helps us more consistently hit things. But cosine feels plausible. And I know that's not entirely you know, there's a lot of things that are going to affect how much the sun actually tugs on us and how it not just linearly pulls our orbit back, but also like swings it around, and like we're not accounting for our orbit potentially being pulled ahead of or behind the moon. You know, that's something that we would see more on the days when our burn time is closer to the closer to twilight, right? And we will have to test on a couple of those days as well. But like, don't forget about Jupiter. If I have to worry about Jupiter in how precise this needs to be, then I quit. All right. Let's go back to parking. Nope, wrong one. Parking orbit. All right. So effectively we are you know, we're hard coding the 7 megameters, and then we're printing out what the factor would have been that would get us there. And that's just so that we can you know, we know that we need about 7 megameters difference here today, and then we'll figure out other. We will test if that factor works on other days, or if it puts us way off from where we need to be. But like, again, what this is, this altitude multiplied by the cosine of our angle to the sun or whatever, is just the this is a very, very crude approximation of the fact that, like, during our travels, the sun is going to tug on us. And it might be that we need some amount of fixed offset plus a little bit of the cosine factor, right? Because we're also not really accounting for the moon at all. And like, if our orbit is pointed at the moon, then the moon's gravity should only help us, basically. But it is something to keep in mind, is that, you know, we need whatever 7 megameters here, but maybe that's like 2 megameters plus some other factor, not just purely derived from the sun. Oh, we bonked. Cannot use direction where vector is needed. Oh, shoot. Yep. That's probably my fault. Let's see. Up is a direction. And direction is a direction. Oh, I need 4 vector on all of these, don't I? Yeah. It's kind of weird that you can't do Vang between 2 directions. I guess that's vector angle, but still. Operations and methods. Yeah. No, I don't think there's an easy way to get an angle between them without using Vang and 4 vector. Okay. Let's go back to that save. I mean, I appreciate it not, although sometimes it does. I can still add numbers to strings and it does the right thing. But in this case, like, getting the angle between 2 directions is, I think, a reasonable operation. Yeah. And of course, yeah, the moon's orbit is very close to the solar ecliptic. So our node passing through that is going to be pretty close to here, right? So it is very nearly this angle around the Earth that we're gonna see. And... Cool. So the factor is like 9 or 10 megameters times whatever. All right. So... there we go. My Twitch game category is set to nothing. Because I messed up when I set it up. Yeah, so this works perfectly for today, but the number of times that I have had variations of this script that work perfectly on one day is too damn high. So what we need to do is we need to try this on a few other days and see if this adjustment factor seems like it's actually doing what we need and like it's gonna... Because I'm not 100% sure that the sun is the thing that's making us miss, but it sure seems viable to me, or at least plausible is what I should say. And I did fix my streaming category, Dumbaratu. Thank you very much for letting me know. I just had the I just messed it up when I started my stream. All right. So that's fine. Let's go to the Space Center and let's try this on a different day. And again, if we can't figure out a way to calculate this factor that might or might not be coming from the sun, like, I'm reasonably comfortable saying we roll out to the launch pad, we run a sim on that day, and we just empirically figure out the number and plug it in. But if we can figure out, like, yes, it is related to the sun, and we can kind of predict it, then that would be cool. Yep, that was just my bad. Sorry about that. Should it mostly be potential energy towards the sun? Yeah, we could probably do something with the actual potential energies of everything if we really wanted to. Alright, so that was 18 days from now. Let's try, like, 2 weeks away from that? 4 days from now? Because this should be, like, the opposite case. More or less. Exactly, yeah. If going from 1 AU to 1.1, add this potential energy to the burn. Yeah, that would work. Probably. How close is that, though, to being what I just approximated using the cosine of the angle? Like, I think that's what that approximation is, right? It's when we're burning away, we need to account for potential energy in one direction. When we're going towards the sun, we account for it in the other direction. And if we're kind of flat with it... Which isn't to say that your way isn't better. Your way is probably more accurate, and we might have to do that. Again, if it is the sun that we're even accounting for here. But what I was seeing earlier when looking at the patched conics was... Oh, I thought I fixed this bug. What I saw looking at the patched conics was that my patched conic was hitting the moon, but my orbit wasn't. Which makes me very suspicious that it is the sun. Thanks, I hate it. No, if we can't figure out what drives the fudge factor, then we will do it empirically, based on... you know, like I said, we'll do it the day of, we can run the sim, and, figure out the necessary factor and just plug it in. Oh, that's right. I was trying to think about if I could fix that. So it's the cross product of our... What did I do here? I don't remember how any of this works. I do at some point want to see if I can make it so it doesn't pitch up so aggressively, but like... And maybe that's just that I need to lower a proportional value in there. All right. So what we're hoping to see is that with the calculated fudge factor, which I don't think I have a debug print for, probably should have done that, that we still hit the moon. And then we could try again on a couple of other days if we do. But even if we hit the moon today, this would be the first time that I have ever had an iteration of this code that can hit the moon on 2 different days in a row. So that would be cool. So yeah, in this case, we're burning, I mean, relatively close to flat with the moon here. We're not quite like horizontal, but not at a huge angle. So this should give us a slight negative fudge factor. It should pull us in a little bit from our predicted initial PE. And we should be able to see that if we show the patch conics that we pulled in slightly from what would hit the moon's orbit. All right, this should burn very soon. There it goes. I probably don't need as much of a weight in that phase as we currently have, but that's all right. Oh, we miss entirely. We couldn't fix this purely by adjusting our AP. That's a new one. So we're missing for a different reason. Oh, look at that. Almost thought we had fixed the code. Yeah. So look at this. This is low. Our AP sort of in the frame of... Oop. Well, now it thinks we have an encounter. Oh, we're being time warped. But like our AP in the Earth frame was low. And since we burned at the DN, I think we burned at the DN. Let's go back to Mio here. We burned at... That's an ascending node. I don't know. I don't know if we burned at the DN or the AN. I wasn't paying attention. But we may have burned just a little bit early or just a little bit late. Which, like, kind of makes sense. I'm going to posit that we probably burned a little bit late. Because our overall AP here, right, is almost 400 kilometers. Whereas in the previous case, 14 days away, it is... it was more like 350 kilometers. So our burn time is a little bit different. We needed to burn a little bit longer here, which probably means we need to start the burn just a little bit sooner. Could be wrong about that. And that is something that we're not really accounting for, is the, that slight difference in burn time depending on the altitude of the moon and how we determine our TLI time. So we might need to account for that. I know it's not a huge difference, but it might be enough. Okay. That's frustrating. I want to see this. Here, let's go back to parking orbit. I want to see if we're burning at the AN or the DN. And then we can tweak our actual departure time here, right? Yeah, we're burning at the DN. And we ended up pointing south, which is surprising to me. Because if we're pointing south, we started early. Even though... And by pointing south, I mean that our orbit was coming in below hitting the moon. Looking at the patched conics, which are not a great approximation, but they're one of the approximations that we're working with in the code, right? But what we saw again when we did this was that we didn't just have like an adjustment that hit the moon one way or the other. We didn't, overcorrect and pull through the moon, or we didn't undercorrect. We saw our PE hit a minimum and then start going back up, which means that we are going to miss the moon no matter what. And we have to be, we're not quite in the right plane at that point. And that could be because we're burning a little bit early or a little bit late still, and it could be that just with like the other launch day we were able to get away with that. I don't think we can see patched conics in MEO view. We do have to switch over to ECI. But like we can see that our PE not lifting up to the ascending node, right? And what we want is for our moon periapsis to be at the ascending node, because that means that our elliptical orbit is pointed directly at the moon. And we can see that they keep getting closer and closer and closer. And then it kind of goes past and is below the AN. Right, if we look here. As we slow down, it kind of lifts above. All right, if we go back to ECI and display patched conics, you know, and kind of swing around and look at the orbit here, our AP is definitely below the moon's orbit, which means that we're burning too early. And I did feel like 2.5 was a big number. Like, this felt like it was aggressively large. We're going to go back to a 2 degree. Now that we have some of the other things figured out with our, you know, adding other fudge factors and things like that, I want to see if 2 degrees works. You know, the other question is, like, how much does our actual departure PE matter? Because we're not ending up in, like, a perfectly circular Earth orbit, right? We're ending up in, like, a 560 or 530 by 470, usually, more or less. So that could be, like, 100 kilometers difference, and, like, how much difference does that make to our delta V and to our transfer time and things like that? You know, maybe we want to try to be getting into a more circular orbit. That's definitely a possibility. All right, parking orbit. And then we probably need to try this on the other day that we've been simming to see if we can, you know, we might need to readjust our altitude fudge factor now, right? Because we're doing our TLI burn at a slightly different time. So there might be some back and forth on dialing in these exact parameters. And again, if we can't figure out a way to, like, compute these things, then I'm fine doing them empirically. But it would be cool if we could get the script to, like, properly dial in what we want to be doing here. And yeah, we're a little bit closer to the DN this time. Yeah, I mean, we're crossing it at about half of our burn delta V, right? It's about 3,000 meters a second. So... Hey, there we go. That pulls through. It pulls through too much. Which is interesting that it pulls through too much. Where is... If we do ECI... Display patched conics... Yeah. And this is what I expected, right? I expected us to get a very slight negative factor because we have a very slight pointing towards the sun or whatever, right? Go back to focused on... God, no. You know, we're being ever so slightly pulled towards the sun here, but not a lot. If we go back to the Earth zoom, it's pretty flat. So maybe it's not a cosine. Yeah, so maybe we just give up on the cosine thing and we just dial in whatever our fudge factor needs to be for launch day, and we call that good enough. Because I don't know if I can figure out a reasonable way to compute this. And probably it is, you know, asymmetric, right? When we're trying to get away from the sun versus getting towards the sun. And I'm pretty sure if we do the potential energy calculations, like you were saying, Starfighter, that's asymmetric, right? Hmm. Yeah, I'm really not. I'm running out of ideas. Hmm. I mean, if it is asymmetric... How would we want to handle that. I'm curious what happens if I just set adjustment to 0 here. Like, will we hit the moon on this day with adjustment 0, or does it need to be a slight negative adjustment? Because, like, maybe we need a square in here somewhere so that smaller adjustments are even more small. That's an option. Or maybe we need to compute this a totally different way. But, like, if I just say it's 0, how close do we get? We went to 386 here. I don't know if I can just load adjust. We'll see. On some departure days, we have signal at this point, and on other ones we don't. And this one we don't. Okay. So we do have to go back to parking orbit and rerun that whole phase, because we have signal here. And maybe it is better to do the fudge factor in terms of our, like, velocity instead of our altitude. That is also an option, because that is a better match to what's actually happening, right? Is the sun affecting our velocity? And, like, yes, velocity and AP are related, but not linearly. And again, that's back to, like, maybe we should just do the potential energy calculations. All right, so with no adjustment here, we still miss. And we're still coming in on the Earth side. Okay. That's interesting. What if we just make that the 7 megameters? And I did just do that in the code. I mean, if it's a linear, just like add 7 megameters, I'm totally okay with that as well. Or not linear, but fixed. I have a hard time believing that that is going to be the case on every single day, but maybe it is. I should have printed the... Oh, well. I think we're going to end up with, like, a fixed amount plus some factor of the cosine. But if I had to be suspicious, that would be my suspicion. So, with that being the case, I might have to actually gather the data and gather those cosines. Alright, but let's see where this thing ends up. So this is just using a fixed 7 megameters, which is what we also used on the other day. Holy crap, it impacts. I mean, it's not as good of an approximation as it is on the other day, but it's an impact. Is it really just always add 7 megameters? All right. Let's go back to the Space Center. Let's fly this on a couple more days with this hard-coded 7 megameters, and let's just see what happens. I would be shocked if this works, but what do I know? All right, that was 4 days out. We also tried 18 days out. Let's try, like, 25 days out? Or do we want to split the difference the other way and do, like, 11 days out? Let's do both, honestly. Let's do 11 days and 25 days. And see how close we get to hitting the moon. So maybe I was overcomplicating this. Maybe it's not... needing any particular maybe it is not an effect of the sun, but it is an effect of the Earth-Moon system, which means it's going to be consistent every, throughout the month, right? And I should fix this to be like to not wait as long on the launch pad, but that's okay. We actually get a daytime launch today, which so rarely happens. And I do need to double check day 18, because we did change our departure angle by that like half a degree, right? Because it seemed like it was a little early still on day 4. And possibly, perhaps probably, we will need to like program in when exactly we want that. Again, that can be either something we try to figure out how to calculate, or we can hard code a factor. Again, if we have just that, like, TLI phase angle, and basically it's the phase angle and the injection velocity that we need to, like, fine-tune for any given launch time, I'm pretty happy with that. That's reasonably close to, again, the real world, where they would have run simulations and calculations to determine what their actual departure time and departure velocity would need to be. And, I could write my whole own solar system simulator in Python to do those calculations for me, but all right. We do have an ad break coming up soon. Oh, it's probably going to be, like, right when we're actually trying to do the TLI, so I might have to pause just for the ad break, but I'll make sure we don't miss anything interesting. Hopefully I can just get us, like, right up to where the TLI is. And then we'll do that. We'll see that part when we get back from the break. Yep, 530 by 470. Very consistent orbit from this thing. All right, and here comes the ad. I'll pause as soon as we get to TLI, and I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back. We are just about to do TLI. Here we go. All right, so what we're looking to see here is if this, one, if this phase angle is right, and two, if our sort of overall burn distance adjustment when we're fine-tuning our altitude is right. And I can fast forward this a little bit. I want to be careful with fast forwarding the TLI burn because it does get out of control quickly. All right. That's a collision on 2 different days in a row. This is the first time we have ever flown identical code 2 days in a row and gotten collisions. And this says minus 660, and that's fine. That's plenty collision for me. Yeah, now it's in there. Cool. That's beautiful. That's an absolutely beautiful collision. And we did it 2 days in a row. So, back to the VAB. And let's try day 18, which we previously had a 2.5 degree burn angle on, but this same 7 megameter correction factor. And if this still hits the moon, I'm going to be pretty happy. Now, obviously, these days are all, like, a week apart, so it would probably be good to also sim, like, day 21 or day 0 maybe even, just to offset by, like, half a week. Not that I would expect any, like, you know... I think if we can hit the moon sort of at 4 increments all about a week apart, we can probably hit the moon anytime. All right. This is, well, this part of the launch is always pretty consistent, right? Other than the occasional Kraken attack when the Aegina bonks on the Atlas during staging. All right. Here, let's 4x through here as much as we can. And again, this is just double checking with that same 7 megameter adjustment. Do we hit the moon with our new, slightly different TLI timing? The last time we succeeded on this day, it was at 2.5 degrees, and now it's 2 degrees. So we want to make sure that we have good, clean collision still. Yeah, and this is going to swing around to the AN. Because, yeah, with our orbital period, like, 0.5 degree longitude is several seconds of delay when you think about it. So, like, give or take 0.5 degree is obviously meaningful. But that looks beautiful. That is still a collision. All right. We just tried this on 3 different days and got a collision on all 3 days that we tried. I am reasonably confident that we have this dialed in. I didn't think I would ever say that, but like... Do I know why it's a fixed 7 megameters kind of every day, no matter what? No. Well... Wait. No. Moon altitude is moon vec mag minus Earth radius. Moon altitude is moon vec mag minus Earth. No, that's right. Because we're adding the Earth radius. Yeah, because we want the moon's... Like, I'm adding an Earth radius here, basically, right? 7 megameters is distressingly close to 1 Earth radius, right? It's like 6 1/4. So, like, am I accidentally double subtracting? No. Because moon position at time is an absolute calculation. Unless I've got the moon's whole... Yeah. It's the average distance, and that's fine. I'm like, do I need to add a Earth radius somewhere in here? But I don't think I do. All of these parameters should not have the Earth radius anywhere. So I think the fact that I'm adding approximately half an Earth radius is just a coincidence. Yeah, and it must be because when we looked at the patched conics, we could see that without the fudge factor, we were hitting the moon's altitude. So our moon altitude calculation is fine. The fact that this number is approximately an Earth radius is a coincidence. And I'm now reasonably confident that we can hit the moon on almost any day. Let's do, like, one more. Let's pick another day. I mean, I was going to say day 28, but I guess day 0 is roughly equivalent to day 28 as far as flipping around the moon. Yeah, let's do it one more time. Yeah, auto time warp got canceled. It's trying. There it goes. Ooh, nice sunset launch on this day. At least I'll get a good thumbnail image out of it. All right, and then if this successfully hits, and that kind of gives me a good feeling that we can hit the moon at basically any moon phase, then what I am going to do is we will schedule the launch. We'll get the rocket building, but I don't want to fly it today. Instead, we'll save that for Wednesday because we're going to have some other prep work to do. We don't want to just fast forward to the launch because we do also have contracts for the commercial satellites, and I want to make sure that I've got stuff set up to do that in parallel. And I just don't remember like what state I left commercial satellites in a few weeks ago when I looked at it last. It's like completely gone from my brain, and I don't think I took notes. So yeah, my to-do list has not been updated in like a month, so we will have to figure out what we're doing with the commercial satellites. All right, so all we're looking for with this again is just a clean arrival at the moon. Oh, look, 530 by 470. It's amazing. It is actually impressive how consistent this thing is getting to orbit. I know, like, it's a video game. Of course it's vaguely consistent. All right, and of course we have a... Oh yeah, this is like a worst case scenario in the opposite direction. This is great. This is the like new moon arrival. Yeah, that's just pitch black. I probably should be more careful about time warping through that phase because, like, a fraction of a degree kind of matters, but It also kind of doesn't, I don't think. Like, if we get close enough, the moon's gravity will always help us. In this case, though, look at that. We're gonna miss. And that may be because we burned late, because I was time warping through that burn time. Alright, well, we still have more work to do. Because we can't consistently hit the moon on every single day yet. And this does look like it's a burn time issue to me. This screams departure time at this point. And I can't totally explain what it is about this orbit that makes me think it's departure time. But my gut is saying departure time. You know, and we can actually look at the patched oh, no, it fast-forwarded. Once it fast-forwards, we kind of lose the ability to use the patched conics, but, like, if we get the ecliptic of the moon, you can see that we're a little bit south. Which may mean that we're still burning early, because we were at the descending node. So we may need to pull in our departure time even further. But, like, we're closer, that's for sure. And if we go up to that time warp... Yeah. You can see that we are ahead of the moon, but we're also underneath it. So I'm not totally sure which of those is the worse factor. I think it's being underneath it, which means that we want to burn even a little bit later still than we already did. But and we can do that, but then we have to retest all the other days. And I'm worried that we're just back into this, like, I just have to figure out these parameters for whatever they need to be on any given launch day. And I don't love that. I'd love to have something that's a little more consistent, that I really feel like we can convince ourselves we have dialed in. But that may not exist. All right, let's burn a little bit later. And again, I say we want to burn later, and we'll double check this with the patched conics view before we can actually turn that on now. Display the patched conics. And what we want to see is that our AP is, like, in the plane of the moon, right? And yes, we're pushing that a little bit further out because we add that little bit of a fudge factor, that's extra 7 megameters that we seem to need for whatever reason. But we still need to be, you know, pretty much in the plane. Might have positioned this a little too aggressively, but hopefully we still have time. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I don't want to see us doing our ullage burn until we're, like, pointed in the right direction. Oh, that's, like, perfect. Look at that. That might be too perfect. We might want to give it just a little more time to align before it does the ullage burn, but that was reasonable. This looks nearly identical to the last one. All right. And, you know, the patched conic is not super useful here because we don't actually see our AP because it shows a moon encounter. But yeah, our PE relative to the moon, we are coming in super sideways, aren't we? And that makes me think that we're burning too late, and we're ending up too far over here. And this brings us back to, like, are our transfer time calculations as accurate as they need to be? And maybe they're not. That is totally a possibility. Although this looks like it's doing a pretty good job of swinging us more or less towards the moon. Yeah, that's not going to move it very well either. Anyway. Alright, so we still have some finagling to do, basically. I'm still not really sure which... And again, like, we can dial in our departure angle and target AP adjustments, you know, for the launch day and just call it good. I was just really hoping that I'd be able to find something that we can play with to dial in that actually, like, feels more consistent. And so far I haven't. All of my theories have been bad. So, all right, well, I'm going to call it here. Thanks, everybody. Thanks if you're watching on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube and want to see me screw this up live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And, if you want to do anything to feed the algorithm, likes and comments always help. So yeah, thanks again, everyone. We'll be back with this on Wednesday, and we'll keep seeing what we can figure out. And then hopefully, I mean, I don't know. At this point, I'm feeling pretty ready to just say, like, we have to just plug in correction factors that we calculate on the ground, quote unquote, and but we'll see what we can figure out. All right, I'll see y'all next time. Thanks very